everyone! Welcome to the stream for the Nadu 1K. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone can hear me just fine. Yeah, so we're here for Anuraag and Will's Nadu 1K. The first round should be going in about 15 minutes. So I thought I'd just spend like 10 minutes or so just like talking about like the deck we're bringing today and kind of what we were expecting metagame wise for the tournament. I tested quite a few things. I was looking at primarily like the mono black deck and Jeskai control at first, but quite quickly I decided to give the various energy decks a try. I started with this Nadu energy list that Jarvis told me he'd played against in I think it was the SCG. That he seemed pretty impressed by. He killed it with Nadu, but that's why this tournament's going on. Nadu kind of kills everything, right? It's just this really kind of like lean Nadu energy list. The Nightmare is very, very fun. Just this kind of like Nadu-based energy deck with a sacrifice theme, really leaning into Goblin Bombardment quite heavily. And I was playing this quite a bit and having some decent success, quite a lot of 4-1s. But I would occasionally get these draws that were really, really awkward, where you're essentially just drawing the enchantments and kind of no creature to kind of get you started on these various chains. People would attack my graveyard, people would get rid of my Nightmare. It was all kind of like just that tiny bit clunkier than I liked. And then I think it was Doomwake was streaming this kind of 3 or 2 bombardment style list with Dewdrop Cure, kind of just like leaning back into Boros, but still playing the bombardments. And I really liked that because I feel like Bombardment plus Ajani just gives you way too much board control and kind of gets you really going in the early game. But 3 bombardments seemed like a bit too much. I wanted to tweak things around a bit. Obviously, the sideboard is not for a no-Nadu game. It's very much, you know, just the general metagame. So, I tweaked it around a bit. Just a couple little changes. Went from 3 bombardment to 2, brought up a bolt. Tweaked around the sideboard kind of significantly. And yeah, like my main kind of predictions for this tournament is there's going to be a lot of energy mirrors. So I want bombardment for the board control. There's a lot of X1s in the energy deck. So having our own bombardment, if you go bombardment with Ocelot Pride that's active, you're just turning your tokens into dead things on their side. It is very, very good. I expected a decent chunk of Eldrazi and those kind of ramp strategies. And because of that, I didn't want to go Mardu. I really wanted to have Blood Moon available. Ragavan into Blood Moon on turn 2 just can cheese those matchups for you. I actually have a positive record against Through the Breach, which on paper should be like a nightmare matchup. And it's entirely via getting these like cheese wins. Previously, we were kind of sacking Ruby Storm as a matchup. I brought the Damping Spheres back into the sideboard. I was originally considering more Blood Moons, really targeting Eldrazi. But Damping Sphere also does a decent kind of Eldrazi hate impression while being something against Ruby Storm. So we're not just completely sacking that matchup. It's doing decently well in the Nadu metagame. There's been some good challenge results for Ruby Storm. Ruby Storm people will just play Ruby Storm. And so I really wanted to have an answer to it. Free Sun Cleanser for the energy mirrors and also for control. 2 Celestial Purge. Extremely good against the mono black deck. Also very relevant in the mirror. An extra Static Prison for when I go up against just a hate piece that I need to get rid of. This is an open deck list tournament. It means I can get a little more equity out of exactly knowing, oh, they've got this weird hate piece that I don't have good interaction for. I can bring in an extra Static Prison. Wear Tears, very good against the Necro deck. Can be really good in the mirror, well, the pseudo mirror, when they're playing Mardu, they tend to lean on the enchantments a lot more. So this can be really, really helpful. Soul Guide Lantern. Some people bring like both of these in the mirror. I haven't been. I've generally only brought in one, if any. I'm still kind of working on that though. I think it depends how much people lean into Flage. I'm only playing 3, but I know like really good players like Young Dingo are playing 4. So then it begins to make quite a lot of sense to me. Bone Crusher Giant, it's both extra removal and a way to turn off the damage mitigation that the ring offers. If you've got a really wide board, you go really, really wide, they slam ring, you stomp your own face, swing in. Really good. Also an extra way of getting in a Ajani, also an extra creature for when you really, really need to beat down. And Jegs, because Jegs is free, and I've killed so many people with Hasty Gigantha off Arena of Glory. It's ridiculous. And yeah, like the deck, apart from that, I think is like really, really standard. You've got your energy package, you've got your Souls Ocelot Pride, you've got your Ajanis, you've got your Amped Raptors. The only numbers that I think I'm playing that are really that different from people are only 2 Fables, because I want to play Dewdrop Cure. I'm pretty high on Dewdrop Cure at the minute. You get these really grindy mirrors if someone doesn't get ran over. And I'm playing extra removal to make sure I don't get run over when I'm on the draw. You end up in these positions where everyone has kind of fought their way through, and then you just cast Dewdrop Cure, you bring back like Guide Pride, maybe like Guide Pride, and you've just won the game on the spot. I've done Guide Pride Ajani before, and like immediately sacked the Ajani token in a game that I really shouldn't have had any chance in. I just top decked the Dewdrop Cure and bam, oops, just winning the game from this kind of unwinnable spot. And yeah, I'm really kind of looking forward to this tournament. I've done a decent amount of prep. I'm still not as comfortable in Modern as I think a lot of the competitors today are going to be. But, you know, I think I've given myself a chance. I think I'm probably playing what I think is the best deck in the post-Nadu meta, even if I haven't tuned it perfectly. I feel like I have game against everything. The one big thing that I was worried about is the Nadu matchup bad? And it kind of feels like on paper it should be, but it just hasn't come out that way at all. When I was playing Nadu, I was occasionally losing to Boros. When I've been playing Boros, I've been beating Nadu. It's really strange. I'm not quite sure why that is. It just feels like Nadu is much more prone to bricking and then getting ran over because the deck is very, very snowbally. And then if you don't stabilize, it's rough. But also, you know, you get those games where like you stabilize and then you're Chthonian Nightmaring and just recurring everything and you just win. But yeah, it's actually kind of tricky because almost every card in this deck is a 2-for-1. And so getting behind on that kind of game means you can just get snowballed over very, very quickly. Okay, right, I've just got some paperwork stuff to do for the actual tournament registration, and then we should be going in about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to put you onto the break screen, and I will be back for round 1. Alright, see you soon. Okay, we're still waiting on the round one to actually get going, unfortunately. It just looks like there's been some issues with like the check-in system. Just kind of waiting to hear people. Just to find out when our round will actually get started. If anyone's got any questions about the list, just let me know. I think I explained it okay, kind of what's going on. I think, you know, semi-reasonable. I wouldn't present myself as an expert on this at all. But if anyone does have any questions, I'll try and answer them while we got a bit of dead time. Okay, we just got notified they're just finishing player check-ins, and then we should be good to go. Thank you, Danny. I'm gonna need it. That's for sure. Oh dear. Still though, I'm pretty happy with the list, I think. Especially after we did some of that Eldrazi testing. Turns out Ragavan into Blood Moon. Very, very, like, good into those situations. Thank you again, Danny. I really appreciate it. Oh dear. Right. Looks like it's only about 4 players who are holding up the check-in. So hopefully that gets sorted in about a minute or two. I will say I now understand why streamers tend to have so many monitors. Trying to look at OBS, trying to look at the Discord, trying to look at Top Deck, trying to make sure everything is still good. I feel like I need 5. Okay, Anu's saying it's going to be a few more minutes, so I'm just going to go back to the BRB. Sorry, everyone. I will be back the moment we get going. Hopefully we get some time to look at opponent's deck list, and we'll talk about the matchup before we actually get into playing it. Alright, see you in a sec. Hey everyone, we've got round one. We're going up against Young Dingo, round one. So we're going to be playing the mirror, which should be interesting. Okay, so I believe everything is happening in tournament practice. Alright. Let's see if we can see what's going on. Cool. If I remember right, Young Dingo has a pretty good sideboard for the mirror. I believe they have the One Ring going on. Do comments. No Nadu, 1k, waiting for Young Dingo. Should be good to go. Oh. Someone just joined the room, so I'm just going to concede that. Make again. Okay, while we wait, let's have a look at Young Dingo's deck list. 4 Johnny, 4 Amrata, 1 Bone Crusher main, 3 Ragavan, full Lightning Bolts, 2 Blood Moon. Okay, so main deck were relatively similar. They've got extra Flages, whereas I've got a Dewdrop. I've got an extra Bombardment on them as well, which is interesting. Okay. Cool. And then sideboard, I have an extra Sun Cleanser. They have End the Festivities and One Ring. Okay, so I think I really need to take down game 1. I think post-board they're going to be quite significantly favoured looking at this. Okay, someone random has joined again. I doubt this is an alt account. Right, this is not the correct person. Okay, someone has joined the wrong match. Let's get out and remake again. Just gonna have this on my other monitor. Okay, someone's joined. Is this on the alt? Okay, looks like they've made one. Ah, dear. Just gonna make it again. Get it as obvious as possible. Okay, we're good. Let's get going. Good luck, have fun. Okay, they've won the dice roll, so we're gonna have to look for slightly more reactive hands in general. Like, this kind of hand worries me on the draw, even though it is quite good and resilient. Because if they just go like Guide of Souls or Ajani, we're just in the dumpster. right? This hand is really good. Ragavan's really low value in the matchup, so this is already virtually a 6. I'm gonna mulligan to find one that plays our role a little better. This hand's much better. I can get rid of the Ragavan. We've got our own Guide Pride, and we've got Bombardment. Ragavan. Sure. They're gonna kill it, but that's fine. Yep. Would you steal? Flage. That's not good. I think I have to take one more hit. Just get this down. I'm going to lose a lot of tempo, and the only way we're going to be able to make it back is by the board control of Bombardment, I think. Guide, sure. Make a big Ragavan. Guide of Souls, that's really bad. Okay. Kind of need to draw a Galvanic exactly now. Flage. Sure. Okay. Got one card in hand. So they can't easily escape Flage, but we're going to get hit for a lot this coming turn. Unfortunately, just going to have to hope the Fable fixes things for us. Looking to take 7, go to 2. If they could escape Flage somehow, we're just dead. Okay. Yep. Oh wait, they escaped Flage and kill us. Okay. This is an example of what I mean by runover games, and I probably shouldn't have kept the non-removal spell 6. So we just die. Okay. Kind of an embarrassing start, unfortunately. I'll turn down the Modo sounds. You asked. Where is it? Display sound settings. Boom. Let's get them all the way down. Okay. Default sideboard plan is Sun Cleansers, Purges. If we look at our opponent's deck list, you can see they've got End the Festivities, they've got One Ring, and they've got 2 Sun Cleanser. Soul Guides are probably also relevant. Probably means we actually want our Bone Crushers and our Soul Guides. The cards we definitely don't want are Blood Moons. Oh crap. I've actually registered the wrong deck list. I'm gonna report myself for that. I believe that is a game loss, unfortunately. I'm gonna report this. This is an unfortunate start to a tournament. Right, we're just gonna put in what the changes would be and go to talk to the judge. So 3 more cuts. I think it's actually all the prides while they're playing in the festivities. Unfortunately, bring this back in. I'll submit. Okay, the solution's been chosen that we remake, but I concede game 1, so we keep the things as it is. Cool, so we do actually get to play out the best of 3. Okay, let's make sure I'm on the correct one. It's tweaked Boros. Create. Gotta make sure it's selecting the correct one. Submit this. Zoom practice. Create. Create. Into game 2. It did it again. Did it do it again? This is really bad. One sec, I'm gonna go on the be right back and get this sorted. Okay, we're here. It's actually working. Concede game 1. Inside order. Okay. So. Again, opponent's the One Ring version, so we need our Bone Crusher Giants, we need our Sun Cleansers, we need our Celestial Purges. We're going to need Soul Guide Lanterns, they've got a Flage advantage on us. We probably want to cut Static Prisons, we need to cut the Ragavans. 9 in is quite a lot. I'm wondering if we trim Ocelot Prides or not. It's a really, really good card, but it runs straight into End the Festivities in a way that I really don't like. Pride. Actually, I think I'm going to shave Discharges instead of Prisons, because Prison can still answer a Sun Cleanser, whereas Discharge becomes absolutely a 0 card. We want to cut the Moons. 1 card. Short. I'm just going to cut one of the Lanterns. I don't think I need both against a heavy graveyard deck. If we have a draw 2, we're actually going to be a bit embarrassed. I'm just going to register this straight back and see what happens. Okay, we'll take the play. Reveal Gigantha. Its hand is nothing. This sounds awkward, but I think keepable. I'm going to put back the Dewdrop. Bone Crusher's good. Let's get rid of the draw stop now. God of Souls. Sure. Just gonna go land go. Because really we want to stomp this, but if they go Sun Cleanser, we want to use the Galv to get out of it. I don't want to slam a Johnny or they have an active guide either. If they just get a combo, I think we take one. Sun Cleanser. Okay, get the Galv out of our hand. just gonna make a journey here. So go. I'm trapped to with 2, which is usually not what you want to be doing with it. Okay, makes a guide. Guide pride. We need to get rid of this before it can activate. Really awkward not drawing a land though. It's kind of the awkwardness that them playing Sun Cleanser on that turn makes for us, because now we're really kind of offset in terms of what we can do. Just gonna stomp Goddess Souls. Pass back. Sure. They can throw a cat here and the festivities, and we're probably done. Right, we now basically can't block efficiently. There's the double block here, which isn't great, but it might actually be forced. If we double block and they have any removal spell, we're in the gutter though. No, I don't think we can allow that. The odds of them having a removal spell are just way too high. Another pride. Okay. He already have Sea's Blessing. Okay. Yep. Yep. I don't think this is really recoverable. But if we were to recover, what does it look like? Guided Journey doesn't look like it really does anything. I think if we're ever going to recover here, we play Fable, we take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we offer the block, it gets it out, so we're probably taking about 7. We got to dump Flage and something else. And try and recover that way. It doesn't feel real, but I think it's the only chance we actually have. We need to conserve life total. This is ever going to work. It's unlikely though. Yep. I now definitely understand the reason behind and the festivities in the sideboard, because it's like the only card that can recover in these kind of situations. Cool. That's round 1. We got plenty of time, so let's actually like fully review the spot where I could have blocked. Like, obviously we get hard punished. But that's okay, right? Like, it's about whether it's the correct play or not, ultimately. Let's make sure that gets reported correctly. Around confirm opponent 120. Okay, let's actually get to the point where we have the option to block. Okay, let's review here actually. So it's the Stomp versus the Galv versus just slamming a Johnny. Those are kind of like the free options there, I think. So slamming a Johnny gets us on the board immediately. The worst case is kind of they just flood the board back and they've got a guide. And the guide gets going. Sun Cleanser there actually doesn't feel that bad. It only gets them 1 energy. We'd have an Ajani on the board. Gets going. Kind of the worst punish is kind of like kill your Ajani Ocelot Pride, I guess. Actually happens. They think about it quite a bit here. We play Sun Cleanser, we get to offload our Galv. So we stop the Sun Cleanser bricking that part of our hand. Decide to play a Johnny. I don't really think there was a bad choice there. They get wrapped into Guide of Souls. Really good line for them. They get to play Ocelot Pride. Make an energy. Yeah, I think stomping at sorcery speed is actually definitely a mistake. Like, why am I doing it now instead of waiting? Like, even like doing it here would be stronger, right? It might lead them to try and deploy more into the guide. I think I'm actually far enough behind that maybe I even go for a stomp on whatever they guide trigger target, potentially. They attack with the... Yeah, so they attack with those. And the only option that kind of works, potentially, is doing a double block here, which feels bad, right? But it doesn't... It might be fine, though. Because if you double block here, they first strike damage... They can, like, first strike damage, put it on the Ajani, sack Cat, kill Ajani. That would lead to a trade. The board state would be this, this, this. Like, we're behind, but not as behind as, like, letting it happen is, because at least then we're frightened to get the Ocelot Pride off the board when they deploy, like, second Ocelot Pride. The thing that murders us for sure is if they have Lightning Bolt, which, unfortunately, with this attack, I kind of think they do. Though, if they already had the removal spell, don't they attack with this? Like, if you already have the removal spell, don't you attack with this cat? Right? Like, why don't you full commit? Yeah, I can see that, Danny. But then also, if they're throwing, like, the Raptor the cat at my Ajani after the first strike damage, do I care? Particularly, they end up with just Sun Cleanser, Ocelot Pride. I mean, they still get to, like, play the second Ocelot Pride, and it's kind of bad, but they have, like, traded these in, right? Which is, like, better than what actually happens. The big, like, punish is, like, if they have removal spell. But what's confusing to me is, like, if they have removal spell, surely you swing with the cat token. I mean, maybe this is, like, a high-level thing where it's, like, if you not swinging with the cat token makes me think you don't have it, and then you do have it. But that's also, like, value left on the table in terms of, like, real damage. Which is, yeah, it's difficult. Like, it's not the easiest thing to look at. Yeah, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while anyway. But yeah, like, fundamentally this round we kind of got run over. In a way that I really haven't had happen to me in the tournaments I've been playing this day. Maybe, like, our hands were just, like, way too slow? It's genuinely quite difficult to fully figure out. Okay, well, we're starting off 0-1 in the tournament, which isn't fantastic, but we did get out what I thought was kind of like our scariest round, like right at the beginning of the tournament. So hopefully it should just all be back up from here. I think we're like 32 people total, so hopefully we can kind of run it back from here, and at worst we get like a good amount of learning material. Because I'm kind of like... Yeah. I'm going to have to watch my opponent's perspective back on that there, for sure. Alright, see you in a bit. Hello gamers. Okay, we got absolutely slammed round one. So we're gonna have some time to kill, fundamentally. So I've got up my dolls. Looks like we've got 4 matches still going. But those look like some pretty grindy matchups. So let's just kill some time with some silly things. Right, cost total. Portland French pub buns. 12 times 4. I'm really bad at imperial measurements. 12 buns. $4.99. Close. Oh. Free. $3.99 for $49. Cool. So $4.99 wasn't that far off. This was a misclick. But yeah, it seems about right. Usually with Costco stuff, I feel like I'm way off. But that feels pretty reasonable to me. Anyway, daily mini crossword. Parma mask. Simply have to is must. Over cross. Its currency is the one that would be Korea. Backflip in a movie is a stunt. What are you up to today? Soup Eater's onomatopoeia is a slurp. Across is the dial and don't touch that dial. It's a tuna from an old TV, right? 7 down is to ask a personal question. That would be prying. A 9 across is don't move. Fido is a stay. Cool. A plus. A plus. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Stunt, Korea, up to slurp, tuna, stay. Cool. That was pretty good. Right, onto the connections. The thing that I'm always bad at, and we're probably going to be stuck here for a while. Also because I need to keep checking the tournament page as well, because I can never focus. Alright, Champcraft, Legend, Barge, Hair towards concerning Vessel. Vessel and Barge, Craft, Ship. Things you... It's things you call a ship, right? But... it doesn't feel right to me. Barge, Craft, Ship, Vessel... Because naval is also here, which is annoying. And you can also craft something, right? You can have a craft fair. Goat hair, muscle. Barge in. We'll just see if it's the obvious. Okay, it is the obvious. Alright. You can be the best, you can be the champ, you can be the GOAT, you can be a legend. Something can be about something can be concerning something. These are all feels like words that indicate a subject, like these, but then what would this be? Toward, navel, hair, and muscle. The problem is my brain is now latched to this being correct. Sorry, this being correct. Which means that, like, I'm struggling to really see what that could be. Something can be concerning something, about something, towards something, or on something. Potentially as well. Instead of, like, the subject verbs. If that's all, let's look at that one. So, about something, towards something, concerning something, on something. Then what is this group? Let's check in the brackets again. Looks like there's only one match still going. Regarding, okay, so what is this? I don't consider this one until we actually know what the subject is. So muscle, eye, hair, and navel. Weirdly, my brain just keeps going hair-brained, but I don't see how that connects with the rest of these. Oh, the parts of the body. Your muscles, your eyes, your hairs, and navel is in the belly button. Oh my god. Yep. Cool. Cool. Yep. They're homophones of body parts. Alright, cool. That was good. Right. Enchant Wordle. Let's start with Painter's Servant. So mana value 2 of us almost correct. It's not a rare, it's not colorless, it's not an artifact creature. Right. So 2 is almost correct. So that implies that it's a 2 cost. It's not colorless, it's not a creature. So let's try Counterspell. Oh no, it's more recent than this. 2 mana, more recent. Accumulated knowledge. Okay, so it is a common, it does have no subtype. It's not blue. It's still almost correct at 2. It's not a creature, it's not an instant. So sorceries or enchantments. I know this is going to be, like, wrong, but I just want more info. So it says nearby on 1. How does it define nearby? Plus or minus 2, so it can be a 0 cost as well. Annoyingly. Oh, so it is a 0 cost because it's looking at mana value. 0 cost, common, not an artifact, creature, instant, or enchantment. So it's a 0 cost sorcery. It's more recent than 2014. Crashing Footfalls. Not a sorcery. More recent than 2019. Not green either. God, magic cards are hard. 0 cost, very recent, common. Does it define artifact creature as separate from artifact? Maybe. I mean, there's a quick way we can find that out, even though it's not going to be correct, but Vicious Bubble. Nope, it's not an artifact. Wait. Am I getting weird and it's just a land? Then of course its mana value is 0, right? Recent land cycles. Lush Portico. Ooh. Parlor? No, okay. It's not a land. Common. What's playable in Pauper these days? What's the match that's still going on? Ah, it's Niall's match. That should be grindy, I think. I think Niall's on York. What's Niall's opponent on? Will I chill Julian something? I don't see. Ah, here we are. York versus... Oh, Frogtide. Okay, yeah, that should go quite long. It's not green, it's not blue, it's not colourless. It's relatively recent. 0 cost common. Zero cost common, relatively recent. Could be red as well. It's the 0 cost that's really like messing with me. Because how are you 0 cost and have a colour? It needs to be something with an indicator. But then you're not like a sorcerer or an enchantment. Well, we haven't tried 0 cost creature by itself, I guess. What's the name of the kobold? The like legendary hero kobold guy. Gets played in EDH. I can describe him, so I'm just gonna look him up. So 0 cost red kobold. Rograk. That's it. Rograk. Okay, so it is from 2020. It's not a legendary creature, though. So what sets with 2020? So it's within 2 sets downwards. So it's like Zendikar Rising, I think. Oh yeah, no subtype can't be a creature. Smart. I don't remember much of Zendikar Rising. Zendikar Rising minigames. The list. Okay, of course. Zendikar Rising, Jumpstart. I swear M21 had some weird stuff in there as well. Yeah, it's got to be black or white or gold, I guess. Like, it can be a gold permanent as well. Oh, okay, round 2 is going to be starting in a few minutes. So let's see if we can actually get this before round 2 starts. Let's have a look at the standings, though, what we've got a minute. That is not what I wanted. Okay. Let's refresh. Okay, black, white, or gold, 0 cost. Looks like round 2, we've got our pairings. We're against a Patty's a Patty. Okay, let's get these closed up. I'm going to quickly go be right back and hopefully get this sorted. We'll continue with like the dolls after the round. Hello, we are back and we are just waiting for our opponent. So that is still Young Dingo's list. Okay, so we're up against Eldrazi Breach for this round. So it's primarily going to be focused on our Blood Moon plan game 1, and then we'll see what happens post games. Okay, this is our opponent. This isn't a random. Okay, and let's see what happens. Okay, lost the die roll. Okay, Regal Gigantfer. Have opponent's deck list up over here. Okay, I think I'm meant to mull pretty aggressively. Hand either has to be like turbo quick or a Blood Moon hand. I don't think we can justify a hand that looks reasonable, especially game 1. We just need to go like as hard as possible, as fast as possible. So I'm going to mulligan this one. This has turn 1 Ragavan. It does not have the moon. I think we have to keep, though, and just hope that our draws work out. Okay, no Devourer revealed, turn 1. Eldrazi Temple, go. Go Sacred Foundry, Ragavan. Talisman. Stirrings. Okay. They find Ola's Dust. Cavern. Okay. So now our main options are going to be play a Ajani or play Fable and really like dig for Moon. They have 1, 2, 3, 4. So max 6 mana next turn, so they can't all his dust next turn. Ajani's more immediate pressure. We can hold up Bolt to flip Ajani as well. I don't like Raptor, because Raptor can't even hit Moon. We don't have the energy for it. What wipes do they have main deck? Is it just Ola's Dust? It's just Ola's Dust. They can Through the Breach next turn, theoretically. There is the discharge line as well, but that's really leaning into trying to find only Moon. Is the situation like that bad that that's the line? The thing is, I don't feel like they would get dust if they just had a breach lined up. Which makes me think I get 2 turns here. I'm gonna play a Ajani. Let's get as much pressure on board as possible. I can flip a Ajani using the Galv as well to get that flip set up and see where we go from there. Against Labyrinth, sure. No exile under. Ring. Okay. Okay, think we need to flip a Ajani right now. Praying time. Nope. Can't dome ourselves. Pass back over. Stirrings. They find Emerald. Labyrinth. Put the Alder's Dust under the Labyrinth. Through the breach. Emmerich will kill me. Sure. Yep. Cool. Good thing is I think things get a lot better post-board. Damping Sphere. What are they going to bring in? Just Cozy's Return, I think? Maybe Trinisphere. Cozy's Return, Trinisphere. I get to bring in Wear Tears, Damping Spheres. I still get to keep the Blood Moon plan. I had to cut a lot of like the grindy side of the matchup. Probably bring in Prison as well. Discharge. Maybe 2 discharges and keep the Flage. Something like this. Let's look at their exile list. Oh yeah, I probably want Bone Crushers, actually. So I can bypass Ring, buying them a turn. So the list is 4 Devourer, 4 Emrakul, 4 Mycospawn, 2 Ulamog, 4 Dust, 4 Stirrings, 4 Cozies, 4 Through the Breach, 4 Talisman, 4 One Ring. Then their lands, including Kessig Wolf Run. Then their sideboard, it's just going to be like World Breaker, Cozy's Return, Trinisphere maybe. I don't even think World Breaker's that good into us. So cut, I think cut all the discharges. Gonna cut a Flage. Just see how this runs. Just gotta try and be an aggro deck that can sometimes lock them out of the game. Yes. Bill, big jacks. Is this fast enough aggro-wise? It's turn 1 guide, turn 2 amped her up to a free energy. Turn 3 Ajani Pride. At minimum. It doesn't have any of the like killer pieces, but Amtraptor can hit all of them. I think we keep this 7. It's gonna suck if we get Cozy's returned. Like, I'm accepting that. But that sequencing also feels like it can play around Cozy's Return better than a lot of hands we get. Have to fetch if we want to play Raptor. Free energy next time. It's not guide. Didn't reveal a Devourer again. Temple, go. Hub. Ragavan. Okay, we can get our guide out of Kozilek's return range. Never not lucky. Start with the swing. Hit the Besaiger as well. It's knowable. Yeah, I think we spend our treasure to get set up. It just closes the game so fast. I don't even feel super vulnerable to Cozy's turn. So if they spend their entire time on Cozy's returning, we still have the guide, and we just get to slam a Johnny afterwards. Okay. This says I have Cozy's return, I'm pretty sure. So I think we swing and we actually just target the guide itself, right? Like, what do they have that punishes that? I guess Kozilek's Command, but they can't cast Kozilek's Command. So only a return really does anything, and then we get to 5 them playing a Johnny post-Wrath. Yeah, this seems good to me. So, I usually want to spread the things around. I think in this case we actually want to have guide target itself. Return? Yep. Take 5. Johnny. One ring, sure. I think I just play the Raptor out, because then we can get something else out of Cozy's range. Bolt. Because return doesn't hit Planeswalkers, right? No, it's just creatures. Okay, gives us an additional pressure. Yes, flip. Just gonna do this. Done myself. Again. Swing just to get the trigger. Yes. I think for now, like, chain rings will die. And we can always draw a Bone Crusher. Wigan's Labyrinth. Do we want to change anything game 3? Let's look at that list again. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is what we're doing. Bilge eggs. Ragavan into Damping Sphere. Didn't come into this not to keep this one. Obviously, if we don't draw a second land and they kill Ragavan, we're in trouble. But I think that's just how the matchup is, really. I don't think we can mulligan this. Reveal Devourer of Destiny. What would you like to exile? Exiling an Emrakul is terrifying. Grove, sure. Okay. Okay, my board's definitely getting Kozilek's returned. Oh, interesting. They could Besage you the Damping Sphere, which is kind of scary. If they wanted to. And Damping Sphere stops me playing something else and then Damping Sphere. How many Besages do they play? One. But after that last game, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to keep it. I can go Johnny, Bolt, Flipper Johnny. Minus, target you. They Besage you this and they get like one turn to be annoying. I think that's what we're doing, so... Johnny. 2-1. Pop the cat. Here comes the Besager, unfortunately. Oh, Kozilek's going to exile it. Okay. That means this isn't getting Besaged, so I'm happy. Get life this time, make a cat. Yep. Okay, Devourer under it. Through the breach. Yep. Well, I wasn't winning this one anyway. Oh dear. Yeah, well, can review that, I guess. I'm not sure there was much else I could have done there. Let me go report it. Tells, let's look at game 1 again, because that's probably the one where I'm going to be like, maybe I could have mulliganed more aggressively, I think. Let's go report the results first. My round. So that's 2-1 to my opponent. Right, GG's that. Like, was this a keepable hand? The thing is, I kind of feel like you have to high roll game 1 in this matchup. But maybe it's worth just, like, literally going to 5. Because, like, the high roll just needs to be, like, Ragavan plus Blood Moon. Right? Like, exactly those two things. And then, like, very little else matters, I think. Like, maybe just having, like, 1/2 of it isn't good enough. It's very, very strange. Oh, hi, Sahar. It's going bad. We're 0-2. Now, we went against Young Dingo round 1. Got trounced pretty hard. And then went against Through the Breach round 2, which I think is one of our worst matchups. We managed to take a game, but then game 3, we got, like, Annihilator 15'd. On the draw, which was unfortunate. But yeah, I'm kind of like looking at my mulligan decision in game 1 and thinking maybe like this matchup is so bad that you have to just like super aggro mulligan to 5, because this was the 6 that I kept at the end of it. It's got like 1/2 of Luxac possible draw, and is like aggro enough that we can like consider it, but it's, yeah, we kind of just get trounced even with this draw. But yeah, sorry, like, Modo sounds are, like, a bad habit for me, I guess. Let me... Let me just full mute. But yeah, I feel like I have to just get lucky. And Through the Breach. And it didn't happen. Yeah, we just kind of get ringed out. So here's like where we make the play to try and win, of like flipping a Johnny, making a Raptor, because if Raptor hits Blood Moon, maybe we're in it. We dome ourselves, which unfortunately actually puts us in like lethal range for Emrakul, but I'm not sure like we have the opportunity to like do it the other way. I don't know. It's rough. But yeah, like, we kind of expect to lose game 1. I think I meant to mulligan more aggressively because, like, the hate pieces we have are so much more limited. And, like, we're basically mulliganing until we see a Blood Moon. And we don't really think much more than that. Or like we have the most turbo aggro hand possible, but even that I feel like is often not good enough. Like, yeah, we just get like Fruit the Breached. And we die. It's just kind of rough. And then game 2, we Blood Moon them. We kind of get lucky to Blood Moon them. Because I think like when you're on the play, the ranges you get to keep are a lot wider. Like this is keepable because it kills them so quickly. Like you try and high roll with the Raptor, it didn't happen. We found a Ragavan. We get this out of Cozy's return range like immediately. So like their main like early sweeper isn't available, they don't threaten it again, and we draw the Blood Moon, so we're like, cool. Well, just to get in there, do as much damage as we can. This was very notable actually. I didn't really take notice of the fact that they only had one Boseiju in their list, but the moment we do that, it's kind of just like a lock. They do this, I go, oh, we're getting Kozilek's returned. So we swing with everything and we go to put the counters on the Guide of Souls itself, which plays into Cozy's command, but they can't do Cozy's command, so it has to be this. This halves their life total. We get to play a Johnny afterwards, and we're just like, there's very little they can do at this point. Play a ring. Go okay. Guess the thing they can do is like through the breach us, but we're good for a through the breach, right? They haven't exiled anything huge. We've got enough permanents to sack to like an Emrakul. This guy is lethal by himself, so we could literally like sack everything that isn't this and be fine. They need to chain rings. It just doesn't feel real. We can always draw a Bone Crusher Giant. Then game 3. Yeah, I feel like we have to keep this, right? Like, it's Ragavan with, like, Soul Land Hate Piece. Like, it's not Blood Moon, it's not the one we really want it to be. And what's kind of annoying is, like, before I change my sideboard to not be completely dead to Ruby Storm, one of these Damping Spheres would have been a Blood Moon. So we would have had turn 2 Blood Moon. Yeah, we go Lightning Bolt on the guy, doesn't happen, we go Sure. And then they just, like, 21 us? With haste? Yeah, 22, Annihilator 15. Ah, well, it happens. I'm going to keep playing, I think, but I'm pretty sure we're dead at this point. But I just need to get proper Modern practice. So, quick beer back, and then we'll do some things while we wait for the next round. Hello everyone. Right, we are back for Enchant Worldle, rather, and really being stuck on this zero cost yet coloured, not a sorcery, not a creature, not an artifact, not an enchantment, not an instant. Like, it doesn't seem to count lands. It's a land. But it wasn't liking a lot of the lands, because like I put in Lush Portico, I didn't come up with anything. Arid Mesa. Okay, so for some reason like Lush Portico isn't in thing, so we're looking for like 2020 land cycle. Was a Courier 2020? It was, wasn't it? So what are the names of the triomes? Wait, but they're colourless. So a land that itself is coloured from 2020. Let's just make sure it doesn't count a triome as the colours it is. It does. Okay. So was getting confused. So it's a common land cycle from 2020. So it isn't like the gain lands. Oh, were the artifact lands? No, because it isn't an artifact. Let me remind myself of if there's like a pauper land cycle from that era that I don't really know. Because it isn't like Foreboding Landscape, because that's like brand new, right? Like, at least I don't think... Yeah, so Danny, I think it's counting the colours they make. Like, look, Savai Triome, it's saying, like, it's these colours, which is annoying, right? Like, that's not how I would have thought of it. And it's between a Courier and here. So in my mind, it's like Zendikar Rising, maybe? Like... Let me remind myself. So Zendikar Rising. Like, what lands were in Zendikar Rising? There was the MDFCs, right? And there were the pathways, but they're not commons, right? I don't think there was like a common land cycle in Zendikar Rising. The Capenna lands, right? Yes. Wouldn't that be too recent? When was Streets? I think when the pathway is rare. Though, like, that's my point. Like, I'm pretty sure the pathways were rare. I know some of the MDFCs were uncommon, but I'm pretty sure none of them were common. And then they wouldn't be, like, just a land as well, right? This makes me think it's M21. But didn't M21 just have, like, the gain lands again? You know? Like... Like, I swear, like, their common lands were just, like, Scoured Barrens and Windscarred Crag, like, reprints. I don't think they had like their own common land cycle. This could annoyingly be a commander thing as well, which means I wouldn't get it at all. Because I think there was like a lands deck in those commanders, and I genuinely would not be able to tell you like what the lands were for that at all. Common Lands 2020. Did Jumpstart have some weird lands in it? Wait, yes, they did. They were the ones where you could like pick. It would like tap for like blue, but then you could pick another color and it would enter tapped. I can't remember what they're called though. Let me check on the tournament again while I desperately try and think about it. Looks like we've got like quite a few games still going. What were the Jumpstart duels called? They all had like a word in front of all of them. They enter tapped. You get to pick a color. So they're like the gates from Baldur's Gate, but they're not gates. Right, we're going to the crossword while we can. I can't think of it. So, fun fact, the Seattle Times carries the NYT crossword without it being, like, paywalled. Thriving ones. Yes, those are the exact ones I mean. So, yes, Thriving Isle. Almost there, just not... I think it's the red one, so that would be Thriving... Grove? No. Thriving... Bluff? No. Okay, so while it's a black or the white one, we've got like a literal 50-50. Thriving Heath. Nope. Thriving... Which is the one I haven't done? Grubs? No, that's a creature. Thriving... More. Cool. Right. I'm so bad at this. But we just got there eventually. It looks like some issues with reporting. So some of the matches are actually done that are showing that they're not done. So I'm going to have to keep checking the thing. Anyway, cool. We got the Enchant World all. Alright, but yeah, fun fact. Seattle Times gets to carry the New York Times crossword, but it doesn't have the paywall. The downside is this is a Sunday, which if I remember right is like as hard as they get. So yeah, this'll be fun. Because I'm terrible at crosswords, but we're doing it anyway. Right. Let me have a look. Stuff. Anyway, right. So this is a bat. Let's look for some more easy ones. Cry of Pain, no. 112 down. UFO Crew. 118 across. Root Word, question mark. 117 across. Shill 4, informally. 57 down. Org that Lionel Messi joined in 2023. I'm too gay to know anything about football. 29 down. Bush Jr. is the only US president to hold one. Bush Jr., so George W. No idea. 11 down. Guitar sheet music for short, that is a tab. 12 across, sci-fi comic sound. I want to say Zap, but we're gonna possibly go back on that. 14 down, aptly named mascot of the Baltimore Ravens. No idea. 21 across. What a boring meeting never seems to do. End. But that would start this with TD, which doesn't seem right to me. AN does though, so that would be animate. And 15 down. Popular brunch cocktail. No clue. 60 down. I know it's wrong. God's sake. For 14 down, pie. Yeah, I thought it could be that, but it feels weird to just fill it in. But I will. That'd leave 20 across to be art blank. Because in my mind, I see 4-letter art movement. I'm like, deco. Oh! Because then it would be Poe, and that's a raven. Right? Like Edgar Allan Poe. That really does work, actually. 13 down, vinegar, EG. Starting with AC. For vinegar, that's strange, because like in my mind, it's like wine vinegar, cider vinegar, like balsamic vinegar, malt vinegar. Oh, you meant Poe. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, Poe makes a lot of sense to be, like, a raven name. 91 down. Whichever. I mean, that feels like it should be any. 80, humorist Bombeck. Let's check back in on the tournament, make sure everything is going well. Nile going to time yet again. Yorgmoth players, SMH. Oh, yeah, vinegar's an acid. Yep. You can make fun of me for that. That's pretty dumb. Vinegar is an example of an acid. Yep. Time for tooth, that's dente. What's 22 across? Admit was wrong. Very long. 10 down. Box, mass. Mass something minor. I mean, it feels like it should be a key signature, but I don't know any key thing is like that. $12 down, Zephyr. Yes. Yeah, you're right. How is this very awkward? Oh. In HD. 24 down. Speech therapy subject. That would be the king. Let me check back in the tournament, because like the reporting issues might be the reason it's showing things going over. Yeah, so I think it's actually only one match is still going. Oh, I think we might have just got everything reported. So we might be able to go in for round 3 shortly. Yeah, round 3 starting in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm going to do a very quick BRB and then we'll be back for round 3. Hello gamers! Okay, unfortunately we have the bye. So we are not playing this round. However, I have decided that I'm going to just play a league match instead, so we still get some Magic gameplay. Because sod it, I came here to stream Magic. But yep, we're going to be taking the exact same list into the leagues, so we might actually see some Nadu, unfortunately, but hopefully not. Alright, cool. We won the die roll, so hopefully this goes okay for us. Okay, they haven't revealed a companion. This hand is kind of just too all-in on just Ragavan getting there. We'd never need this many lands, so I'm just going to mulligan this one. Okay, this is a bit on the slower end. I'm going to put the mountain back, but it should be okay. We'll just go martial arts go. Hopefully we get to just get our parlor. If not, we do have bolt. Swamp, okay, so most likely Necro. That leans me closer to playing Ajani over Amtraptor. Okay, Grief Pitch Fortsies. Not going to respond. If they take the Lightning Bolt, they can scam. If they don't and they try and scam, I can bolt them. Kind of simple as. Luckily, the nice thing about us into like mono black when they are on the scam plan is that a lot of our cards are inherent 2-for-1s, right? Which gives us a lot of room to claw back the card disadvantage. Okay, so they took a Johnny. They try and cast Not Dead after all, and we'll bolt it. Okay, not going to give away this information. I'm just going to play the Raptor. Say go. Ooh, we got Ragavan. That's helpful. Saga. Okay, so this is probably not like a Necro list then, I would expect, because this does not play well with resolving your Necro dominance. So I'm just going to assume this is like some sort of black scam list. Okay, martial arts. Swing in for 4. Ooh, I'm going to cast this. Let's look at the top of your deck, please. Malakir Rebirth. That doesn't really tell us much. I'm just going to cast the Flage because we're very, very close to being able to bring it back. Theoretically, you can get Parlor and spend the treasure. And that sets up a nothing graveyard. I'm actually going to go for that. I don't want the bombardment right now. I know that if they kill the Ragavan, this means you can't, like, guaranteed bring it back. But I want to try and make sure we can get there quickly because they have this Saga ticking, right? And if they got the Saga ticking, then it puts them in a situation where they have to make to block the Ragavan. So if we draw a land, that's good anyway. If not, they're gonna trade with the Ragavan, and we can kind of like slam whatever. But we're attempting to get to the point where we can bring this back before they go get like a Soul Guide. So we got the land, so we can guaranteed bring it back. Gonna swing. Probably shouldn't have played the land first to kind of incentivize them to block Ragavan. Okay, Make a construct. I'm going to fetch planes here in case we moon them, because we kind of want to moon them when they're a saga deck, right? So that trade happens. Planes. Bring back Flage. We want to leave as many creatures in the bin as possible because we're playing Dewdrop Cure. They're really tanking on that choice. Okay, they got spot on. So yeah, we definitely made the correct decision getting Flage back at that point. Bowman, sure. Okay, so in my mind, there's the line where we just swing and let them chump block, and then there's also the line that puts them to 1. They've got a fetch. I would like to make this fetch uncrackable. I'm gonna go for the line that threatens to put them at 1. So we stack Prison. We take the token so we don't have to get our energy stuck up in doing this. Swing, we do this. Now obviously if they have another bowman, they can play it to chump up that way. Okay, Malakira Biff. We actually knew they had that, so maybe a mistake on our part actually. But still, it makes them use it, it costs them life. But it should have thought about that. Sure. So they get another 1/1. Have to block. We're just going to play our Fable and hold this to go Parlor so we can filter our draw step a bit more. Hi Fabi, it's good to see you. Unfortunately you've come in as we're doing absolutely fucking awfully. But we're still having a good time. I take a while to learn a format, I think. And playing like actual tournaments is so different to just leagues where I don't think the average player skill is very, very good. Okay, so they seem to be like some mono black saga scam list. So immediately like Werete's Purges, like jump out really high. Lanterns are like a maybe because you prevent a scam, but I'm not that big into it. Blood Moon, while it turns off their saga plan, I'm not like really into here. And I think especially on the draw, I'm definitely like at least shaving, if not outright cutting, all our Ragavans. Like it's definitely like these four in. Like the maybe pile for me is like Bone Crushers and extra like Static Prisons. Yeah, I agree. Like, Lantern, it feels like a very maybe thing, but I'm not about it. Like, it's kind of. You stop them getting the grief back, but that's usually not that big. And also, we're on the draw, and they will scam us on their turn one, right? So even if it was something you wanted, you don't want it when you're on the draw, I'm pretty sure. Um, Purging these, definitely. This last Ragavan, I might just swap out with the Bone Crusher. And now I'm like... anything else. Ocelots, I don't like shaving because each Ocelot makes every other Ocelot better. So even though it's kind of weak into Bowman, I don't like boarding plans that just remove some Ocelots. I'm very much like, if you're going to remove any Ocelots, you should be removing all the Ocelots, and I think that is really overboarding the situation. So I'm just going to roll this back, I think. I don't like trimming Flages. I think Flages are very, very good if they're trying to, like, attack our hand. They're just fueling the Flage if they don't have that graveyard hate. This hand seems good to me. We got Bolts to hold down any early aggression, and Ajani is inherently a 2-for-1. Which feels like I'm really, like, clawing back on the card advantage. Raucous Theatre. We didn't see any red game one. We literally only saw Swamps and Urza's Saga. Just gonna go Arid Mesa Go. Voidwalker. Okay. Fetch and response. Do we want Foundry? I think we do. Bauble, sure. Okay, get that thing out of my face. I'm gonna hold the fetch because I'm not sure exactly what I want to fetch for yet, so I think it's best to go A for Hubajani. Pass back over. Felmire tapped. Push Ajani, sure. Okay. I think our turn's going to be like a Ajani hold up bolt, which means that I want to play planes and play off the Aether hub and the planes. Definitely want to swing first in that case, I think. Just in case they have like a second removal spell and they want to use it to prevent the damage, we get to keep Ajani around and be a bit more awkward. Yeah. I think that's the line I want to go for. The other thing is obviously like playing Arid Mesa, playing Ajani. But I don't want to waste like the possible value that you get off surveilling with this. I think there's no reason to play my land pre-combat either, so I'm just going to swing. The nice thing about this is if they try and remove Ajani, I can bolt this to flip him as well, which I think I will do. Let me try and do that. Okay, no action on our end step. Nevergoif. Okay. Push Ajani. Okay, so if they have second push, bolting our guy is really annoying. But do I want them to just commit a second push and then we static prison their Goif? I think that seems fine to me. I think I discharge though, instead of bolt. The discharge can get big and kill over Nevergoifs. Okay, yes, they got double push. Now we get to store up the energy so that our Nevergoif stays big. And the good thing about Galvanic is we can of course pick 0 to keep the thing around. Cool. Prison. And I think I just want to put Jags in my hand instead of holding a bolt. I love G-Drop Cure so much. Okay. If they have Bowman, it's annoying, but I think they would have. Ah, maybe not. Okay. Bowman, kill it. Trade off. We just play Jags. Gonna go for a scam spot. Bolt. There's a case to like just let them have it. Oh god. Okay, sure. Okay, so they're empty-handed. They're also behind on board. And I've got a G-Drop Cure in my hand. I'm going to see if I can get value out of it immediately by fetching a Parlor. Just in case they draw Grief. That would be value out of it immediately, but I don't think that's what I want to do. Just leaving the Raptor on top is also like a Grief safe 2-for-1. Grief. I get my G-Drop Cure, sure. Come on, hit Flage. It'll be really funny. Bone Crusher's also good. So Stomp the Grief. Combat Swing. Block. Sure. Cast. Our RG count is getting a little low, which is frustrating, but it is what it is. Still just gonna flunge. Okay. So they're gonna kill a Bone Crusher and go to like 1? No, go to 3. What am I on about? So if there's a Flage on top of my deck, they are dead right now. Nadu. Oh, the energy situation is becoming a problem. So if I swing for 5, they block here, they swing back, these two we block here, take 4. Ensures they get their Naviglyph back. I think I'm meant to sandbag this, so they don't know about the haste, at least. I still think I'm meant to swing with Jags. If I swing with both, they can double block here and then escape the Naviglyph, actually. So maybe I'm actually meant to hold back. Okay, I'm gonna hold back. Actually, if I swing with Jags and they like trade, there's like they swing, like they make Naviglyph again, swing, and then we can use the surprise haste on of Arena of Glory. Sometimes get a lethal with an Amp Raptor. Oh, Bombardment. Okay. Okay, did they like what they saw? I'm not sure they can really fetch. Because then that makes any creature lethal, unless they have some way to gain life, which I don't think they do. Fortunately, I have to give them their Goif back. But they're dead, so I'm kind of happy with that. Again, unless they have some way to gain life, but I don't think they do. Sack this. Transform. 1 year. 0. At your face. Okay, so that's magic for the round. Let's have a look how the round's going. Looks like quite a few matches have ended. So we're going to take a short break and we'll be back to the dulls, I think, until the next round gets going. Alright, be right back. Forgot I muted my mic. Hi everyone, we're back. We're snacked up and we're back to in between round crosswords. Which is unfortunate because I'm very bad at crosswords. Right. Let's see where we were. 17 down feels very well. Oh. T downs? Touchdowns? Right? Like QB's feet. Like quarterbacks do touchdowns, right? I'm not sport. 26 across something Thomas. Don't know, 34 across second calling. Calvin and Hobbes girl. I really should know that, but I don't.
What about Calvin Hobbes?
The girl in Calvin and Hobbes?
Susie? Who's that?
Susie would fit. Do 31 down. Pot leaves. 32 down. Lead into clean. 33 down. Rows of Guns and Roses. Well, that's Axl Rose.
Oh my god, I'm so good.
It is Susie.
Yeah.
Okay, Susie's the girl. Okay. Like a room with a lit fireplace often. It's an ANTY. Difficult. Royal whose wedding had a whopping 19,000 guests. 48 down. 44 down. Oh my god, you are too funny. That feels like ROFL, but it could be LMAO also. Delivery room figures for short. Oh dear. Let's keep an eye on the tournament while I try desperately to get through any of these. I'll be right back. Okay, cool. Right. Just trying to get a lot of the easy ones. A month between Avril and June. Well, that would be May. Early 11th century year. 11th century was the thousands. So on the round we've got 2 matches still going. Trying to think what are some other good dulls, because I am pretty stuck. Yeah. Oh, I've got some ideas. 1 second. Alright, guess the game. The landmass looks like Earth, so I don't think it's like something like a Mass Effect. The planetary, there's some sort of like debris. There's this structure, which is interesting. Don't recognize it either. Why would this be an establishing shot? Like, what is it going to show us? I feel like it's about to rotate and go like top down, which makes me think it's some sort of like tactics or RTS based thing. Could be a lot of things. Let's get one. Okay. Quite popular on Metacritic. Clearly some sort of like strategy based game. Clearly a lot more like outer space than I was expecting. So it's not like a Stellaris or something like that. Let me drag this over here. Some weird stuff with the pairings, apparently. But we're still just waiting on one match, so we should be good. Just skip again. I really have no idea for this one. Is it like... Is it Baltec? No. It's some fleet management, like spaceship style game. I have no idea about these, unfortunately. Sins of a Solar Empire. Okay, Yeah, that I could see someone getting that. I've never played that series, unfortunately. Let's play some previous days. Teen. Ooh, one sec. Looks like we've got all the results in. So be right back a sec. Hopefully we know what the next round is relatively soon. So hold on and we'll go into round 4. Okay, right, we're back. It looks like we're up against Is It Wizards for the next round. I will get this room made. I'm waiting for Garrison something. There we go. Okay, someone else joined. No good reason. So remake. Ah. Okay, we're good. Person has joined. Okay, so we're against Is It Wizards. Lost the die roll. Let me just get a good look at their thing. So it's Kraken Drake, Tamio, Thundertrap, Trainer. This hand looks pretty good. We can kill an immediate Tamio and develop like Ragavan Guide of Souls. It looks like they have a Kozilek's Return main deck, which is really interesting. So I think this hand is definitely a keep. Just gotta see what they want to do. Okay, so they've kept 7, we'll keep 7. Thundering Force tapped. Cool. This means we get to develop our rag. And then hopefully we can guide Pride next turn. Tamio? Delta Go. Okay. I'll start with this. So if they fight us, they do not. Do you want to fight this? They do not want to fight this. Okay. Fetch first. Foundry, yes. My worry is obviously like they can be a. They can have Cozy's return. But I don't think we get to play around that right now. It's a one-off. And it's much more likely they have Spell Snare and we kind of just bricked it. We'll think about Cozy's return for the triggers here, for sure. Put Tamio into the bin. An island. Okay. Cozy's return is very real. It's gonna be difficult to play around because you want to play things before to trigger guide, but that just plays straight into the return. I think it's going to be best for us if we just swing and then we can resolve Fable afterwards. Just kind of pretend Cozy's return isn't a thing, we're just playing around counter spells. Preordain. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Playing Fable, if it resolves, would give us the City's Blessing. But it's playing so hard into the return. I'm kind of tempted to just preordain. And then play Fable. I think that's actually what I'm going to do. Bombardment is actually very, very good. So I can go bottom, top. Have to return now if they don't want bombardment value to happen. Okay, I'm going to assume that means they don't have it. Now we get to chuck things at their face. Flame of Anor. And draw 2 cards, sure. Crackling Drake. Okay, I'm just going to put them on these cats. Yep, cool, we're good. Alright, pretty quick game one. Let's have a look at our opponent's sideboard. So the sideboard has Blood Moon, Consign to Memory, Invert Polarity, another Kozilek's Return, Stern Scolding. So Stern Scolding, Kozilek's Return, and maybe Invert Polarity. And what we have to think about. Don't really want these moons. Kind of interesting question is, what do we want? It's not so simple. Mind Crushers are probably a good value proposition. Prison is possible, but it doesn't feel incredible. Sun Cleanser does actual nothing, really. They've got Galvanic Discharge, but that's it. Is this really all we're doing? It's just creatures, sorceries, instants, and lands. There's like no real thing around it. Yeah, I think this is just what we're doing. Okay, this hand seems pretty good. Guide into Raptor, you can then follow into a Ajani. You've got this in case they like Tamio turn 1. Island. Noble that there's like no Tamio. So it's likely a Stern Scolding. I think we still play the guide. I assume this is going to get Stern Scoldinged. Oh, okay, nope. Island goes strange. Okay, polluted Delta. Okay, pretty sure we're just Rapturing. Kind of expect this to get counterspelled. Yep. So they probably did have a Stern Scolding, just chose not to use it on the guide. Under Trap Trainer. Sure. See what you get. Flame of Anor. Okay, so there might be some value in killing this. Kind of assume this is another Stone Scalding or a removal spell. I don't want them to be able to do that. Kind of wish I'd hit a land. I could go Raptor plus Discharge. Okay, let's get that Scalding out of your hand. No. Okay. I want to kill your guy, please. Okay, land. So what actual counter spells do they have in their list? This is the first kind of like big representation of like actual counterspell. So they have counterspell Flare of Denial. Spell Snare. We haven't given them a chance to Spell Snare yet. Well, we have actually, it wasn't Interrupted, so I don't think they had Spell Snare there. Because Stone Scalding hits more. I think this is just going to be like a mana efficiency turn. And we're fine if it gets counterspelled. Doesn't. It's normal, and I don't think we can spend the energy because whatever we spend it on gets Flame of Anor. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just use it on a Guide of Souls. It's gonna be like their entire turn. Kozilek's return. Okay. One of two. I think I just discard one Johnny. Right. Stone Scalding. It's gonna get Flame of Anor. That means they're not drawing cards with it if they do that. Okay, they decide to draw 2 cards with that. Let me have my Johnny. Preordain. Two to the bottom. I have a bolt. I think I'm just going to put Jags in my hand. If they try and remove a Johnny, I'll probably spend the bolt. One card left in hand. Set this up for next turn. So threatening Hasty Flage next turn. Play an island, play a Scalding Tarn River. I can play a Hasty Jags, which also threatens lethal. And have Hasty Flage as like the thing. Hasty Flage just immediately kills. So I could go non-Hasty Flage to follow up with Hasty Jags. Doesn't threaten lethal exactly this turn though, whereas Hasty Flage does. And if it's counterspell, I'm like so ahead on board. What else could it be that punishes either way? Any removal spell I don't care about. Sink into Stupor? They only pay 2 and I've already seen one Soporific Springs. Invert Polarity? Invert Polarity, we then Static Prisoner. Okay, so it changes how we tap, but it definitely means it should be Flage. Goes to my hand. Okay. So I got them dead next turn, unless they top deck something good. mana combat. Swing for 2. It's a bolt. Okay. So now I'm safe to dome you for free. Play this, say go. Have Hasty Gigant for next turn. GG's. Cool, right, time to go report that, and we'll be back with the between match things. It's good to finally actually earn a win. Alright, cool, be right back. go gamers, we're back in the between round dulls. Right, gonna start with global. New York Times crossword, we think this is humble pie, something leading into it, but we can't quite work out what for admit fault, so we're gonna let that stew for a bit while we wait between rounds and do some other dulls. Grizzled operative Sam Fisher pulls a fake double cross in the 2006 stealth video game Splinter Cell Double Agents. Good way to start off Thrice with a series I know way too much about. President Lee surrender. What colonel was later killed at the Battle of the Greasy Grass? I don't really know American Civil War, unfortunately, so show me next clue. White Bull and Brave Bear are two men who claim to have killed what other man? This is, again, like American history, which I'm not great at. But White Bull and Brave Bear, those are clearly like indigenous nation names. So I'm going to try Custer. Yep, that's like the only one that I know definitely like lost a fight against First Nations people. So that works. Okay. Retaliating for being called Fanta Pants, noted creep Mario Batali banned what celeb chef from his restaurants? Well, we're going to start with Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, complete guess. Just, it's like him or Marco Pierre White tend to be the ones who get banned from places. The Greek word for wanderer gives us the name of what ocean critters? Greek wanderer. I'm going to start with crab. Zoo and phyto are two basic types of what little things that... Oh, zooplankton and phytoplankton? Cool. Good. Norman Rockwell's Mr. Apple was a weird homage to what Euro artist? Mr. Apple? I don't really know anything about Norman Rockwell. Trying to think who did a painting like featuring an apple. I'm just going to skip that. The name of the Beatles record company is a tribute to what Belgian painter of the Son of Man? It's the Beatle record label. That's Apple Records, right? Apple Records. Belgian painter. Belgian painter. Apple Records. Mr. Apple. Son of Man. I'm sure this is one that if you know it, it's kind of screaming at you. It sounded cooler in French, but this is not a pipe, it's a message on... Oh, Ce n'est pas un pipe. Marguerite? Okay, wow, I'm genuinely surprised we got every one there, even if not all in three. Thrice is quite difficult for me, especially when we get to the artists. But yeah, cool. That went alright. Let's check back in on the round. We continue. Looks like we're still waiting on 3 matches. Some notifications. We're good. Okay, right, let's close rice. Let's do global. Okay, start with Senegal. Senegal is close. The nearest border is 4,000 kilometers away. Spain, 720 kilometers away. This is France. Let's try just up from France, Belgium. 375. Switzerland? Switzerland is adjacent to the answer. So this is like France. Yeah, so it's not France. It's either Germany or Italy. I'm going with Italy. Italy is cooler. Germany. Germany is warmer. Switzerland is... Is this Austria? Austria is adjacent to the answer. Oh, I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. How can these both be adjacent? To the answer. It's Luxembourg, isn't it? No, that Luxembourg is cooler. Is there a tiny, like, in-between nation there? No, because that would be Luxembourg, right? Hungary is getting cooler. Okay. What's here? What's to the east of Germany? Liechtenstein. Yes, the other micronation. Yeah, thank you. See, I just got Liechtenstein and fucking Luxembourg confused. Which of course I did. I mean, I like that like everything was going in the same direction, right? Like I went Senegal, Spain, and then Belgium, and then Switzerland. Like it was all like really dialing in. I just I'm upset at myself for that one. But yeah, thank you. That is definitely Liechtenstein, and I should have remembered that Liechtenstein exists. For some reason I always forget that's like the really small one, and my brain always goes like straight to Luxembourg. Right. Actual factual Wordle. Roach. It's got an O and a C, but not in there. Let's try something that gets around a lot of other things. DE. Deity. Okay, so it's got O, C, and E, but no, not in those places. No. Clone. Okay, so it ends in 1, and C is in the second position. So I can go like Ends in cone. I feel really silly that this isn't like immediately jumping out on me. Ocone. Oh, I'm so bad at word games. Let's check back in on the thing while I'm thinking about it. Yep, still 2 matches going. Oh, it's scone. Oh, that was really dumb. Definitely embarrassed that I spent so long after working out the last 4 things to get to scone. Oh dear. This just shows how bad at like word games I am. I think that took me so long. Time for Moxel. Oh my god. Okay. So I need to remind myself of the rules for Moxel. Valid 5-letter word or name of magic card. So again, we're going to start with rich. A is in the center, R is somewhere in the word. I will try Minute Cryptic after this, off your suggestion. Okay, let's try and clear as many other things again by hitting with Deity. Okay, so start with an I and R somewhere, so it's not dairy. Why am I? It's like DXA and then I and R are somewhere. Okay, cool. Got that one relatively quickly. Okay, we're still waiting on 1 match. Minute Cryptic. Play. Crocodile's head, appendages, or scales. So, does this like wordle it as well, where I get to know if I have like letters that are in it? Sorry, I've never done Minute Cryptic before, so this is kind of interesting to me. Crocodile's head, appendages, or scales. let me so look at a clue by typing your answer in the grid. When you need some help, ask for a hint or choose to see a random line in the grid. As your help, your sharing count increases. This is a way of measuring how you take care of friends. Power is the amount of help a player might need to get this clue. If you're under, well done. If however this just wasn't your clue, that's going to be me on every clue, unfortunately. When you fill the grid, the shallow button changes to check answer to see if you got it right. Because the definition is secret meaning hidden in wordplay, which is made of signposts and fodder. First step of solving a cryptic clue can be identifying which part is fodder, signpost, or definition. Fodder, a strange combination of words and letters, is often a sign of wordplay fodder. You need to use these letters. Signpost, words that tell you what to do with the fodder, and a definition. I see. Oh no. Okay. Next time we see each other, Naomi, you're gonna have to teach me how to do this. So crocodile's head is weird. Appendages, scales, 6. I've never learned how to do cryptic crosswords. So you have found the perfect game to make me look silly. If you just give me a second, I'm gonna go get the light on, so we're ready for the next round. Just give me 2 secs. Hello, we are back. Right. Crocodile's head, the head of a crocodile is C. I mean, sure. I mean, I can see this being a good... Ooh! We've got pairings for round 5. Looks like we're starting. Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get this up. I'm gonna try and find our opponent. Okay, tournament practice. We are waiting for... to make sure this is the right person. Let's get up their deck list. Also, okay, so it looks like Lucas is playing mono black Necrodominance. Okay, this is not the right person. Too much. We'll remake it. Okay, so while we're waiting, this is our opponent's deck list. Looks pretty standard, except there's also a Meat Hut Massacres in the main deck, which is notable. There's Culling Ritual in the sideboard that'll be a big problem. But everything else seems decent. Okay, we're on the draw. Let's get into it. Okay, good luck, have fun. Okay, so as a rule, against these kind of decks I want to come out clocking them as fast as possible. This hand is like incredibly awkward, but it does clock. So I think I have to keep, as awkward as it is. I'm gonna grab Mortuary. They drop a Bowmaster. That's interesting. I'm gonna start Guide. There was actually an argument to start Pride, but when we have energy issues, I think it's important to get the develops energy out as fast as possible. Okay, so the only real 2-drops in the deck are the Bowman. Still going to play out a Pride into it though. They push in response. Sure. I'm going to pass. And if they Necro, we're kind of in trouble, but that is always true. They don't have a creature to sack to tower though. So Necro this turn is kind of unlikely. Are you okay, me? Sure. Take a Flage. Evoke Grief, evoking a Meat Hut Massacre. Take the other Flage. Sack and get Bowman. Okay. Pretty strong turn from opponent. I think it's just Arena of Glory, put Jags in hand. Necrodominance? No. Boggart Troll to get rid of my graveyard. Okay. Kind of playing a very fair game at this point. I can flip a Johnny, but I don't get like any real value out of that at this point, so I'm just gonna do this and pass. Combat. they swing, I'm snapping off a block. Okay. And I only have 2 fatal push main, which is interesting. They do have March Wretched Sorrow though, which can hit Planeswalkers. I'm just gonna Guide of Souls here, hold up the Lightning Bolt. I'll take 3. Play 1 ring. Okay, I think I'm gonna flip a Johnny now then. Yes. I can play Jags, kill Bowman. Get some energy on my Guide of Souls. Kind of insulate myself against Meat Hook and try and set up so I can kill a Sheldred if she comes down. Okay, they emptied their entire hand to deal with the Johnny. That's fine. I think you have to play the Jags first. Because it's literally in the top 3, they're not in a great spot to hit Sheldred immediately. If they do, I probably lose because of this. I just want to keep open that I can play something that has a white mana cost. I draw it next turn, then play Blood Moon. Felt Profane, this one for 1, sure. Once they have a ring established, it's kind of bad for us, but here we are. Level 1 ring, sure. just realised they're only playing 5 actual swamps. It's kind of notable. Means weirdly I might actually want to keep the Blood Moons in. Post board. Not sure though. Childred, yep. Kind of unlikely I can win from here. Okay, that is the only card that could possibly get me out of this, so... They likely have another one, yep. No point preventing it. Just gets legend rolled, and I'm just going to concede. Save time, go to the next thing. So, key point is that they have culling ritual. They have no forests in their list though, which makes me think I can keep in the Blood Moons. I think I trim like Fables. Maybe still Galvanics. Because I'm just not grinding them. Really, like the grind game is their game. Wear Tears are really good for stopping Necro. Vanquish Giants should be good as well. Celestial Purges are very good. Prison becomes more of a liability, weirdly, at that point. So maybe I'm like, because of Color Ritual, so maybe I'm like trimming Prison, which feels weird. Something like this. I'm so used to cutting Blood Moon, but this mana base seems so greedy. Cut Tree Drop Cure, cut a Ragavan, like this. And then maybe if I moon them, I can cut them for game 3 because they'll then, you know, really play around it. But they have like they have like 5 fetches and only 5 swamps. And they're also trying to make this like green splash happen for Culling Ritual. So the wipes are going to be Culling Ritual, Meat Hook, so that's 4 wipes. Then the removal spells are like Folder Profane, Fatal Push, March. And they've got like IOK, Grief. I don't think they'll have Fortsies. They probably bring in Plague Engineer, they can name Cat if I get like the ridiculously wide boards. Other than that, I think we're good. Okay, let's do the play. I still have a Giganther. Double Elegant Parlor isn't exactly the way I want to start. Sound is good apart from that, but I think I really need to come out on my front foot, so I'm looking that one. Okay. If in this is my hand, I put back Prison. I lead Sacred Foundry, Guide of Souls. Turn 2, depending on what they do, I can do some other things. That seems good. They start with 7. Mtgo. Okay, go to combat first. Don't want to give them any information. Okay, they push. It's fine. Go planes. Raptor. Zewata, no targets. Okay. Tema bombard. Play a tap land. So go. Okay, we don't need bullets. Smell that away. Plague Engineer, sure. Name Cat, I suppose. Yep. Just gonna pick back up the monkey. The monkey again. Okay. Yep. Yep. This game's probably over. Noble, they didn't have a shell either. Go in my graveyard so I don't have flages and out, sure. I think I actually have to sandbag this if I'm ever gonna come back. If they drop a shoulder right now, it's just over. Controller, sure. Block like this, I take 4. I have a bowman, I die. I think I have to take that risk. It's 5. Okay, I'm dead. Oh dear, unfortunate. Oh well. Be right back. Okay, right. So that should be the end of our tournament. Obviously it didn't go the way we wanted. Really kind of strange because I've been doing quite well in practice, but then this tournament it felt like nothing was coming together. But that happens. Yep, gonna have a lot to review, gonna have a lot to work on for the season, I think. Yeah, that's about it, really. Thank you for tuning in, everyone who did. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry I couldn't bring you better Magic gameplay. But, at least it's over quick. Hopefully, things will be going well. And you should go check out some of the players who have top 8'd as well. I believe Young Dingo should have top 8'd. Let me check. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not, actually. They might be fighting for it. But yeah, there should be some players streaming the top 8. It's been a really, really interesting tournament. And you should go check it out. Alright. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Hope you have a good time. I'll see you in a bit.